Welcome in. We've got Trenton Kyocho here in the hot shop today. He's right there. And we've got Sayori helping us out today. We also have Jack somewhere helping us out. We're pulling these skinny pieces of glass right here and setting them to cool down on these ladders here. These skinny little pieces of glass are called cane. Got some finished pieces right here. These are pieces of glass that we're going to use for the design on these glass fishing traps right here.
Hi, good morning. I'm not sure. I kind of get it.
So kind of imagine like stretched, pulled hard candy that's going to be chopped up into little bits. And so right now they're discussing how they're going to position the pieces of glass to make our design for these traditional Filipino fishing traps here. So Trenton's taking a rod and dipping it into the furnace here and gathering some clear glass on the end. That's how all of our pieces start out. Imagine like you're dipping a honey whisk into a pot of honey and scooping it out that way. So Trenton's over here in this big box called the garage. It has pieces of glass in there that is getting heated up to the point where we can use it in our piece. So pieces of glass are parked there so that we can use them later on. And so he's preparing to use something in the garage right now. Sayori's over here lining up our pieces of cane. So Jack's coming over. All right, so on the end of the rod, we can see they've picked up the pieces that were getting heated up inside the garage. Now we're going to start using those pieces in our. All right, so we can see that Sayuri is now chopping up the cane that we've stretched out earlier. So we're turning it into these shorter sticks here, and we're going to use that for our design later on these pieces. You can kind of see on the finished product how the cane works its way into the design here. We're gonna make this maple colored cane now. We did the black cane, but now we're gonna do this brown. So we're gonna do a few different colors here. Hi, folks. We've got Trenton Kyocho here. We've got Jack over here helping out. We also have Sayori. So we're making these pieces of cane for a later design. So we're doing some prep work right now. All right, so we're gonna combine these two colors. Hi. Can we get a visual of the furnace? All right, so this is a diagram of our glass furnace here. So we have a couple here. That's where all of our pieces start out. So it's like a big vat of clear glass. And yeah, all of our pieces start out like that. It's charged every week or so, I want to say, or it's fed more glass. So, yeah, every week or so, it's a job to fill up all these furnaces. We have a video that kind of explains how we filled it up. Can we get the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Right, so that's how we start out all of our pieces with all the glass that's in that furnace. And so what just happened while we were watching the video, so Jack came over and they combined two of these colors together. And so we're gonna roll out another line of cane. Hi folks, welcome in. So we've got Trenton Kiocho leading the demo today. We've got Jack and Sayori helping out. So we're making these long sticks of glass called cane. This is a finished piece right here. These are pieces of glass that we use for glass designs. These traditional Filipino fishing traps here kind of demonstrate how we use cane in the design here. You can see it very obviously on the side. So we're about to roll out another long piece of that right now. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so Trenton's going into that furnace that has the clear glass, and he's gathering some over top of the colors that we are working with. And so you can see that fresh gather of glass over top. So that's all clear. So now our cane is gonna have a cool kind of encapsulated effect where the color is gonna be on the inside and it's gonna have a clear layer on the outside. So Trenton's taking this wooden tool called a block that's been sitting in water. Gonna help to shape the piece. We're gonna do another coat of clear over top, but we're just gonna let it do its thing until we do that. So we're going in and adding another layer of clear. So Jack is preparing a secondary rod that is going to be fused to Trenton's, and we're going to use those two rods to stretch out this piece of glass into a long, skinny stick. Hi folks, welcome in. All right, so just preparing our glass. Has to be hot enough to stretch all the way across these ladders that we have set out here. Hi folks, welcome in. We're getting ready to pull some cane, which cane is these skinny sticks of glass that are used in glass designs that have color inside. You can do a bunch of different things with cane. And so right now we're about to stretch out a piece of that. Can we get a little diagram that shows the cane chopping? All right, so while they're doing that, we can watch them begin to pull this piece of cane here. So Trenton's fusing the two rods together. So now we're starting to pull this piece of glass into a long noodle type shape, and it's going to be chopped up into these little sticks for a later design. So looking at the center of this stretched piece of cane, you can start to see it cool down, and that color is showing through. We're making this kind of maple colored cane. All right. So once it's done being pulled, once it cools down, it can only be pulled so far. Hi, folks. Welcome in. So we're going to carefully set it down on these ladders and let it cool down. And then once it's cool to the touch, we can chop it up into these smaller pieces and use into a later design. We're going to try to utilize the last bit of cane that Trenton's working with. Can we get the cane chopping picture? We can look at a visual of what this cane can do after the fact once we get it all cooled down. So you can kind of imagine these pieces of cane like hard candy. They can be turned into these long strips of cane. They can be turned into little pieces called marini that have different designs woven into the long strips. So there's all different kinds of things you can do with cane for glass designs. Yeah. Alrighty, so Jack is getting a gather started. I think we're gonna roll into our piece here. So we're gonna be making these Filipino traditional fishing traps here. This is a popular piece that, or I guess a common piece that Trenton makes. And so these pieces right here really demonstrate what we can do with cane. You can see it really clearly on the outside. And so we're gonna be putting the cane that we made earlier onto the pieces here. Hi folks, welcome in. All right, so right here on the floor, Sayori is going to start chopping up the cane that we pulled just a second ago. Trenton's lining up the cane that we made earlier, just kind of making sure that the thickness is uniform and all that. All right, so Sayori is chopping up our cane. Because this is such a thin piece of glass, just within a few minutes, it's cool enough to touch. So Jack's gonna be gathering something from this big metal box here in the center. It's called a garage. It has pieces of glass in there that are kind of parked for later use. Alrighty, so Trenton's using these kind of tweezer-like tools called jacks to shape the piece. So it looks like Jack has something that was prepared earlier on the end of the rod that we're going to attach to what Trenton is working on now. So yeah, the garage machine here is good for keeping pieces hot and prepped so that they can easily be grabbed and attached to what you're working on. So on the outside of the piece that Jack has right there, you can kind of see the stripes of some cane that was put on there earlier. Kind of shows what's possible with these long sticks of glass with cane design. So the effect that we're going for here is this like netting type design. So we're going to go ahead and fuse these two pieces together. And so we're going to create an indentation, and that is going to allow that piece to just break right off, and now we can continue to work on the other side of our piece. Does anybody have any questions about what's going on? Trenton's using this really thick piece of folded up wet newspaper. It's a common tool in glass blowing. The surface is really smooth. Hi, folks that are just joining us. We've got Trenton here leading the demo today. We've got Sayori and Jack helping out. We're making these traditional Filipino fishing traps here out of glass. Can we get the Meet the Artist video that kind of talks about Trenton and his work?
My name is Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington. This week, I'm exploring Filipino textile and traditional fish traps and motifs, and kind of reimagining traditional forms and sculptures into a new body of work made out of glass, kind of honoring my Filipino heritage. So I think the fish traps, just in general, just the shapes are they're really interesting. And then you throw in the texture and the patterns of the elements of it woven together. It's like individually they look good. If you just separate them together, it looks even better. But I'm learning a lot in the residency because part of me is like, maybe I should just focus on the form. Part of me is like, focus on the pattern. So it's like, it's a lot of new ideas that I've never worked on. Got another small chunk, and then
body's all gonna be one piece.
Yeah, but the legs I want brung as bits.
So there'd be a body and legs on the body.
Yeah.
Kind of column.
Well, I'm thinking We just turn that. I kind of want to do like this sitting form. So I don't know, like, basically like take that, kind of pull it into like a flattened piece. I don't know, like a Z almost, you know what I mean? And then the head goes on here, you know, for it. I think it's hot enough still. All over, hit it. I take a weird approach sometimes, and like I just make what I want to make. It kind of comes off the fly, and there will be some sketches and you know, color application, like deciding what colors I'm going to use. But for the most part, it's kind of freestyle, and then I'll make something, and then it won't work out very well the first time, and then it's like the second time it works out great, and then the third time it went back a step. But it's always nice to go back to previous ideas and kind of build off of those. Yeah, I think being a teacher or an educator, it can be difficult at times because, you know, kids are mean, and it's hard to reach them. But it's these relationships that you build with these people over, you know, 6-7 years sometimes, and it just kind of grows, and they start off as your students, and then eventually they become your friends. And you know, a lot of them, you know, came in at 13 and now they're 22. Yeah, let's do that. Make a big wide collar. And you know, there's always ones that like give you hard times, but you know, there's always a few cases where they come back and thank you. You don't always get that, but like that definitely makes you want to do it more. You know, having an opportunity to come here and work with the all-star team, you know, Sarah, Gabe, and Ben, it's definitely a huge step in my career. I mean, and coming up through as a young person coming in here at 15, and then now 15 years later being the person at the center bench as the artist has been kind of surreal.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a
Yeah. Don't sweat it. It's lunchtime, folks.
All right. We can start to get an up-close look at our piece here. So now you can see that cane, what it can do. So yeah, with cane you can arrange it every which way to get the desired effect. So we've got this netting effect on our piece here. We're gonna put some clear over the top of it in just a second here. All right, so we're gonna go back into our furnace and gather a layer of clear over top of what we've been working on. Gonna drip off some of the excess. We're just kind of building the layers, and eventually we're going to start expanding our piece to the size that we want it. So we're doing a cane roll up right here on the side with some cane that we've prepared earlier. So we're just rolling that up. We can start to see the beginning stages of our trap here with the cane design on the outside. So with that roll up, we're just going to melt those pieces onto our larger piece. Sayori is using this little wooden paddle to help guide Trenton and shield the heat. What's up? Oh, sorry. Folks, welcome in. We've got Trenton in the center here with our piece. He's leading the demo here. We've got Jack and Sayori helping out. We've just placed some cane. Oh, close one. We just placed some cane over top of our piece that we're working on. We're making these, you can kind of see on the pedestal, we've got these glass traditional Filipino fishing traps is a series that Trenton does. And so we made some cane earlier. Cane is these thin sticks of glass here that are used in larger glass designs. We've layered some of those over top of our piece here. So now we're going to start to expand our piece. So Jack's getting into position here. It's important to continue to reheat the piece. You got to maintain the working temperature. So it seems repetitive, but it's very important. All right, so Trenton's going back in with the newspaper. Jack is going to be putting some air into our piece. Sayori is using the paddles to help guide and block the heat. So we can start to see our piece expand here. You can see how much of a team effort glass blowing is. It really makes it better to have more hands on deck. So Trenton's going in with these tweezer tools called jacks. Gonna cinch down on our piece, creating that indentation and making our fishing trap shape more complete here, starting to take shape. Jack's going in, giving some more air. So that indentation that we've created, that spot is gonna be where our piece breaks off later on. So we're just focusing on that area right now. All right, we're more air, getting it to the size that we want. Looks like our piece is nearing the desired size. Then we'll move on to the next step. Anybody have any questions? All right, so we're shaping the very end of our trap there, starting to look a little similar to the other ones that we've got completed. Trenton's pulling the very end of our trap there, kind of snipping off the excess. Just continuing to get it to the shape that we like. Gonna put a little bit more air in there. Using the jacks to kind of cinch down and hi folks, welcome in. For those that are just joining us, we've got Trenton Kyocho on the bench here. He's leading the demos. We've got Jack and Sayori helping us out. We're making a traditional Filipino fishing trap. We have some finished ones on the podium right here. This is a series that Trenton makes. So we're just shaping our fishing trap, getting it to the size that we want. So Jack's on the end, putting air into our piece. Trenton's using a piece of really thick, folded up, wet newspaper to help shape our piece. It's really soft and helps us keep the surface of the glass smooth. We're gonna drip some cold water onto the indentation that we've been working on, and that temperature change is gonna allow that piece to just crack right off. Sayori's just taking a torch to the end, getting it hot, so that we can kind of stretch that end open. So we're gonna form an opening. Sayori's using the wooden paddles to shield Trent. Hi folks, welcome in. Just snipping off some excess, continuing to get that end in the shape that we want it to be. Hi folks, welcome in. For the folks that are joining us, we've got Trenton on the bench here. We've got Sayori and Jack helping out. We're making these glass fishing traps that are a traditional Filipino style. So right now we're just continuing to form the end, the one specific end of our trap we're focusing on. So Trenton's using the pointy jack tools to kind of work that opening. The spinning motion is kind of, imagine like a pottery wheel. We're just using that motion to kind of assist us in fraying open that end of our fishing net. Hi folks, welcome in. Hi folks. We've got Trenton on the bench here. We've got Sayori and Jack helping out. We're making glass fishing traps that are traditional Filipino style. This is a series that Trenton, I think we are continuing to work open the end of our fishing trap. Just getting the measurements right, making sure that it meets the expectations. Our fishing trap is really starting to look like the other ones here on the pedestal. Hi folks, welcome in. We've got Trenton here leading the demonstrations. We've got Sayori and Jack helping out. We're making fishing traps, glass fishing traps that are traditional Filipino design. Can we get the Meet the Artist video that talks about Trenton and his other work?
My name is Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington. This week, I'm exploring Filipino textile and traditional fish traps and motifs, and kind of reimagining traditional forms and sculptures into a new body of work made out of glass, kind of honoring my Filipino heritage. So I think the fish traps, just in general, just the shapes are they're really interesting. And then you throw in the texture and the patterns of the elements of it woven together. It's like individually they look good. If you just separate them together, it looks even better. But I'm learning a lot in the residency because part of me is like, maybe I should just focus on the form. Part of me is like, focus on the pattern. So it's like, it's a lot of new ideas that I've never worked on. Got another small chunk, and then
Body's all gonna be one piece.
yeah, but the legs I want brung as bits.
So there'd be a body and legs on the body.
Yeah.
Kind of column.
Well, I'm thinking we just turn that. I kind of want to do like this sitting form. So I don't know, like basically like take that, kind of pull it into like a flattened piece. I don't know. Like a Z almost, you know what I mean? And then the head goes on here, you know, for it. I think it's hot enough still. All over, hit it. I take a weird approach sometimes, and like I just make what I want to make. It kind of comes off the fly, and there will be some sketches and you know, color application, like deciding what colors I'm going to use. But for the most part, it's kind of freestyle, and then I'll make something, and then it won't work out very well the first time, and then it's like the second time it works out great, and then the third time it went back a step. But it's always nice to go back to previous ideas and kind of build off of those. Yeah, I think being a teacher or an educator, it can be difficult at times because, you know, kids are mean, and it's hard to reach them. But it's these relationships that you build with these people over, you know, 6-7 years sometimes, and it just kind of grows. And they start off as your students, and then eventually they become your friends. And you know, a lot of them, you know, came in at 13, and now they're 22. Yeah, let's do that. Make a big, wide collar. And you know, there's always ones that like give you hard times, but you know, there's always a few cases where they come back and thank you. You don't always get that, but like that definitely makes you want to do it more. You know, having an opportunity to come here and work with the all-star team, you know, Sarah, Gabe, and Ben, is definitely a huge step in my career. I mean, and coming up through as a young person coming in here at 15, and then now 15 years later being the person at the center bench as the artist has been kind of surreal.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a
Yeah. Don't sweat it. Lunchtime, folks.
All right, so that kind of told us a little bit about Trenton. We're happy to have him here today. So we are continuing to work on our Filipino fishing traps. The opening of our trap is looking pretty complete. You can start to see all of the cane work that we put on it shine through. We see the netting effect that we've done. So we're gonna fuse another rod to the opening of our trap. This is gonna allow us to work on the other side of our trap. So we're gonna carefully fuse those two ends together. The indentation that is closest to the bench is gonna be where our piece breaks off. And that's the area where we're gonna be focusing on now. So Trent is gonna take some cold water and just drip it into that indentation. The thermal shock is gonna allow that to just crack right off. And now we will focus on the other end of our trap. All right. So Sayari is going in with these wooden paddles to help kind of guide Trenton and shield the heat. So now our piece has an opening. We're going to close that up. It's important to reheat the piece repeatedly so that it maintains the working temperature. If our piece gets too cold while we're working on it, it could break, and we do not want that. We have a couple of Trenton's other pieces right here. Pineapple series is a series that he does. These buffalo pieces are also a series that you'll see from his work. These little pineapple pieces that Trenton makes are perfect for housing an air plant. He's also got these stemless pineapple cups, good for wine or whatever else you want to put in it. We potentially might have some pineapple pieces available in the museum store, so you could check that out. All right, so we're closing up the end of our fishing trap. We're just gonna snip off some excess. So as you can see on the finished fishing traps we have on this side, the end that we're working on right now is going to be, I believe it's going to be the indented side, this kind of inverted part of the fishing trap. So we're just preparing the section of the piece so that we can do that. Trenton going in again with the thick newspaper. Can we get a picture of the newspaper tool? It's surprising, but newspaper is a common glass blowing tool. So they get a really thick folded up piece and they soak it in water. And it is smooth enough to give a nice, or I guess that it's soft enough to give a nice smooth effect on the glass surface. We're continuing to focus on the very end of our piece. We're going to put some more air into it. So we're just continuing to tweeze off the areas that we don't want as we work on the specific end of our piece. When we tweeze off the end, it makes it, those cane pieces that we put on earlier, those black stripes, tweezing off the very end makes it look like all of the pieces meet very uniformly in the middle. So it looks nice and complete. All right, so our Filipino fishing traps, these are some finished pieces right here. Our trap that we're working on right now is starting to really take shape. cone type tool that Trenton just grabbed. We'll get to that later. That's going to help with shaping. But we are continuing to use the jack tools to work open the end of our trap here. All right. I believe this is our inversion stage. So Trenton's using this cone type tool called a soffietta. I believe that's what it's called. It's an Italian word. But it's this glass blowing tool that is hollow and it has that cone shape. And so Trenton's going to use that shape to put an indentation in the end of our piece and while blowing air into the piece. All right. So now our fishing trap is being pressed inwards. Just going to put some air into it so that everything stays flowing. Now our fishing trap matches the rest of them with its shape. Sayori's capping her end of the blowpipe with her finger while Trenton blows in with the soffietta. All right, now our fish trap is looking pretty complete. We're gonna just do some final shaping before we move on to the finishing stage. So Trenton just took some chalk and marked one side of the blowpipe just to kind of keep track of the orientation of the piece so that we know which side's which. Just taking the torch to any specific area so that there's no imperfections. So he's taking the wooden paddle and flattening one side, the side that we marked earlier with the chalk. This is the foot of the piece, so this is where the piece is going to sit on. So it sits nice and flat. So Trenton Kyocho is our leading artist on the bench here. We've got Jack and Sayori helping us out. We're making Filipino fishing traps. Jack has now, yes, fishing traps. Jack has now put on some protective clothing, which means we're getting to the very end of our piece here. So the indentation that's just closest to the bench, we're going to go ahead and drop some cold water onto that. And the thermal shock is going to allow our piece to just break off. Boom. So Jack is going to take that finished piece over to an annealing oven where it's going to gradually lower in temperature over 12 hours. And tomorrow we'll be able to touch it. And that is our first fishing trap done. Can we get a round of applause for our artists here? All right, so that's our first piece of the day. We're going to take a few moments and get started on the next one. Alrighty, folks, we're gonna get started on our next piece very soon. We're just kind of prepping the colors. We've got Trenton Kyocho here today leading the demo. We've got Jack and Sayori helping out. We're gonna be making these traditional Filipino fish traps. It's a series that Trenton does. So Sayori is coming over with, right now we're connecting two pieces of colored glass together. So Sayori just came over with one color and we're attaching it to the color that Trenton has. We're fusing a few colors together now to make a wrapped design. So Trenton stuck a piece of black cane into the top of the two colors that we were working on. And we're gonna wrap that black around the two colors we've got on there. Hi folks, welcome in. All right, so we're just rolling out those colors, combining them. Hi, folks, welcome in. So for those that are just joining us, we've got Trenton Kyocho on the bench. We've got Jack and Sayori helping out. Trenton's been one of our artists here at the museum for a while. He's done lots of different things. He's been an instructor with the Hilltop Artist Program, also the Hot Shop Heroes Program. He's featured on the Netflix show Blown Away, if anyone has seen that. He is on Chihuli's glass blowing team. The list goes on. He's got quite the resume. So we're happy to have him here today demonstrating. So we're starting our second piece here. We're making these traditional Filipino fishing traps. So as we get prepared to start the next piece, can we get Trenton's Meet the Artist video so that we can learn more about him?
My name is Trenton Kyocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington. This week, I'm exploring Filipino textile and traditional fish traps and motifs, and kind of reimagining traditional forms and sculptures into a new body of work made out of glass, kind of honoring my Filipino heritage. So I think the fish traps, just in general, just the shapes are they're really interesting. And then you throw in the texture and the patterns of the elements of it woven together. It's like individually they look good. If you just separate them together, it looks even better. But I'm learning a lot in the residency because part of me is like, maybe I should just focus on the form. Part of me is like, focus on the pattern. So it's like, it's a lot of new ideas that I've never worked on. Got another small chunk, and then
Body's all gonna be one piece.
yeah, but the legs I want brung as bits.
So there'd be a body, and legs, and the body.
Yeah.
Kind of column.
Well, I'm thinking we just turn that. I kind of want to do like the sitting form. So I don't know, like basically like take that, kind of pull it into like a flattened piece. I don't know, like a Z almost, you know what I mean? And then the head goes on here, you know, for it. I think it's hot enough still. All over, hit it. I take a weird approach sometimes, and like I just make what I want to make. It kind of comes off the fly, and there will be some sketches and you know, color application, like deciding what colors I'm going to use. But for the most part, it's kind of freestyle, and then I'll make something, and then it won't work out very well the first time, and then it's like the second time it works out great, and then the third time it went back a step. But it's always nice to go back to previous ideas and kind of build off of those. Yeah, I think being a teacher or an educator, it can be difficult at times because, you know, kids are mean, and it's hard to reach them. But it's these relationships that you build with these people over, you know, 6-7 years sometimes, and it just kind of grows, and they start off as your students, and then eventually they become your friends, and you know, a lot of them, you know, came in at 13 and now they're 22.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Make a big, wide collar.
And you know, there's always ones that like give you hard times, but you know, there's always a few cases where they come back and thank you. You don't always get that, but like that definitely makes you want to do it more. You know, having an opportunity to come here and work with the all-star team, you know, Sarah, Gabe, and Ben, it's definitely a huge step in my career.
I mean,
and coming up through as a young person coming in here at 15, and then now 15 years later being the person at the center bench as the artist has been kind of surreal.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a
yeah. Don't sweat it. Lunchtime, folks.
All right. So that was a little bit about Trenton from one of his past residencies. So we're going to dive into the next piece here. So the piece in Trenton's hands right now, we're going to blow into these molds that he's prepared here on the floor. They're kind of like these cone type shapes. Let me see if I can hold one up over here. This is a different mold, but this is an example of what they're going to be blowing the glass into. So it's this hollow mold. Hi, welcome in. We've got Trenton Kyocho here. We have Sayori and Jack assisting. We're making some traditional Filipino fishing traps out of glass here. So we're just starting our second piece of the day. So Jack has prepared some clear. He's placing the rod on these rollers, and we're going to wrap Trenton's piece around that one. So the rollers, as we're spinning them, it's ensuring that the glass stays level on the end of the blowpipe. All right, so Trenton's gonna fuse the end of his glass to Jack's. Jack's using the rollers to spin the piece, and we're wrapping one glass onto the other. So now the piece that Jack has a nice spiral design on it. As the piece cools down, we'll be able to see that design come through. All right, so we just saw Trenton blow into the mold, so now we've given our piece some ridges. So we're getting into position now. Jack's gonna put some air into our piece. Trenton's taking these tweezer-like tools called jacks. Gonna snip off some excess that we don't want. Sayori's using the wooden paddle to help guide Trenton and also shield the heat. So we're expanding our piece here as we continue to snip off the areas that we don't want. So the piece that we're preparing right now is going to be turned into one of our fishing traps later. Trenton's using this wooden tool called a block that's been soaking in water. Looking closely at the piece, you can start to see the twisting color pattern that we put on it earlier. Trenton's using a very thick piece of folded up wet newspaper. It is a common glass blowing tool. The surface of the newspaper is soft enough to give a nice smooth effect on the glass surface. So the piece that we're making right now is very similar to this one right here. You can kind of see the effect of the mold and the color combo has kind of made it look like a pineapple. So these pineapple pieces are a series that Trenton does. This is a stemless pineapple wine glass. I think we have some pieces similar available in the store. We also have these little pineapples for air plants to sit inside. So I think that's what we're doing right now, a pineapple piece. This is going to be a hanging piece. I think kind of like an ornament, but we will see. So we've gone in and added a layer of clear over top of the pineapple-like piece we've been working on. And I think it's going to turn into something else, but we'll find out what it is. Hi, folks. Welcome in. So looking at the piece now, you can really see the layers that we've built up. So we've got the clear over top. The design and the pattern that we've established with the mold shines through the clear. So we're going to start to expand our piece. So Jack's putting some air into it. Trenton's using that block tool to shape it. So this piece is actually an experimental piece. We're going to make some kind of hanging basket. So we'll see how it plays out. So Trenton's pulling out the end of our piece there, snipping it off, kind of making all of those spiral lines that we've added earlier, making them meet evenly in the middle, so it looks nice and uniform. Sayori's using the wooden paddle to help guide Trent. Hi, folks. Welcome in. So we're focusing on the very end of our piece, snipping off the excess pieces that we don't want, creating a nice even opening shape that resembles these pieces here. So Trenton's preparing this cone type tool called a Sophietta. I think that's how you pronounce it. But it is a hollow glass blowing tool that has this cone shape on the end. And so we're going to use that to create our indentation, our inverted part of our fishing trap shape. All right, so Sayori's capping her end of the blowpipe so that no air goes through. Trenton's using that tool to press inwards on our fishing trap, our little mini trap that we've created. Isn't that crazy sounding? The air sounds like a ghost inside that. All right, so now we've created an indentation, an entryway for the fish in our glass fishing trap. All right, so Trenton, yeah, we can see that that tool's hollow, so Trenton can blow air into the piece as he's creating that indentation. All right, so this piece is nearing completion. We've got Jack putting on some protective clothing. We're gonna break this piece off of the pipe and put it into an annealing oven where it's gonna cool down overnight. And tomorrow we'll be able to take it out of the oven and touch it. It'll be brought down to room temperature. So Trenton's just focusing on the area closest to the bench there. That's called the jack line. It's a really, it's an indentation that we've created. We're just focusing on the temperature of that specific spot right now. All right. So we're just cinching down on that indentation. Trenton's gonna drip some cold water onto that spot, and the thermal shock is gonna allow it just to crack right off of the pipe. Just gonna polish the ends, make sure it's not jagged. And then it's gonna go over to the annealing oven where it's gonna cool down overnight. And that is our second piece done. Can we get a round of applause for our artists? All right, so we're going to take a few moments and get going on the next one. Anybody have any questions while we get going on the next one? So these little skinny sticks of glass, this is called cane. And so these ladders that we have set out here, we made some cane pieces earlier where you fuse two rods that have glass on the end together and you stretch them out over these ladders here into this skinny noodle of glass, and then it hardens and becomes these hard sticks that we can use for glass designs. And so an example here, these black stripes on the outside of these completed fishing traps, this is a good example where you can see obviously how the cane's been used in the design. But you could get really complex with it. So if I show you this design up close, you can kind of see this netted pattern that's underneath that. That's all made with pieces of cane as well. So you can get really complex or really simple with the black overlay. Can we get a Marini picture? So there's different kinds of things you can do with cane. You can think of it as like hard candy. You could roll different designs into the cane and chop it to make little pieces of glass called Marini that you can use in larger glass displays. There we go. So this is a good picture of Marini. So these are little tiny segments of the longer glass cane pieces that have been pieced together like bricks to make a glass design. And that's an example of what you can do with it. So all of those little designs there were pieces cut from longer sticks of cane. So you get really complex with it. Oh. But yeah, a good way to think about it is like hard candy or like taffy. Yes. Can we get a furnace picture? So all of our glass pieces start from the furnace. So there's two on either side right here. Inside the furnace, it houses a big vat of clear molten glass. And so that's all about how all of our pieces start out. They gather clear glass on the end of the rod, just like Jack has. And from there, we can add color and build the piece up from there. We add new glass to the furnace, I think about once a week. Yeah, I might say that up there. But yeah, about once a week, we feed the furnace or charge it to give it more glass to work with. Can we get the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That's where we get all of our glass from. Or that's how all of our pieces start out. The furnace, we've got one furnace over here with that kind of long handle. Yeah, kind of through this big machine that you can't really see. But yeah, right here, you can see Jack gathering a new new layer of clear glass over top of what he's been working on. So that's one of our furnaces right there. All right, so we are starting the next piece. Jack's just preparing what he's got right here. We've got the wooden block tool. Over top of what we, another layer. I should probably pay attention. Oh, over on this side, no, he was just cooling down the pipe that he was working on, yeah. Yeah. No new color yet. I got scared. I was like, did I miss something? Yeah, cooling down the pipe. All right. So the cane that we have made earlier is sitting on a tray over here. That cane is going to be attached to, I believe, what Jack is working on right now. Oh, I see. So Trenton is preparing something that's going to be attached to Jack's glass. So we're going to do a little wraparound design. So we're going to give Jack's glass a nice spiral design. Jack's going in with the wet newspaper. So Trenton's just forming his glass into a kind of cone-like shape so that it attaches and wraps around Jack's in a uniform way. So Jack's placing his rod on the roller so that it can spin around as we're wrapping Trenton's piece around it. Just making sure that the glass is hot enough to work with. Got to make sure that everything's the same temperature if we're combining stuff. Hi, folks. Welcome in. All right. So Trenton's going to orient the glass on top of what Jack's spinning around right now, and so we can start to see that glass wrap around. All right. So now we have this spiral type design along the side of what we just worked on. It is color on clear. Yes, that's the combo we got. So what Sayori has in her hand, that's a colored glass right there. I believe it's like brown or beige. And we put it over top of the clear that Jack was working on. Hi folks, welcome in, those that are just joining us. We've got Trenton Kyocho on the bench today leading the demonstrations. We've got Jack and Sayori helping out. We're making a traditional Filipino fishing trap as part of a series that Trenton does. We got some finished products on the stand over here. Trenton's been an artist in our space for a long time. He's been an instructor in the Hilltop Artist Program. He was an instructor for our Hot Shop Heroes program. He was featured on the Netflix show Blown Away. He works for Chihuly Studios. The resume goes on a while, so we're happy to have him here today. Can we get Trenton's Meet the Artist video so that we can learn more about him?
My name is Trenton Kyocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington. This week, I'm exploring Filipino textile and traditional fish traps and motifs, and kind of reimagining traditional forms and sculptures into a new body of work made out of glass, kind of honoring my Filipino heritage. So I think the fish traps, just in general, just the shapes are they're really interesting. And then you throw in the texture and the patterns of the elements of it woven together. It's like individually they look good. If you just separate them together, it looks even better. But I'm learning a lot in the residency because part of me is like, maybe I should just focus on the form. Part of me is like, focus on the pattern. So it's like, it's a lot of new ideas that I've never worked on.
Got another small chunk, and then
Body's all gonna be one piece.
yeah, but the legs I want brung as bits.
So there'd be a body and legs on the body.
Yeah.
Kind of column.
Well, I'm thinking we just turn that. I kind of want to do like the sitting form. So I don't know, like basically like take that, kind of pull it into like a flattened piece. I don't know, like a Z almost, you know what I mean? And then the head goes on here, you know, for it. I think it's hot enough still. All over, hit it.
I take a weird approach sometimes, and like I just make what I want to make. It kind of comes off the fly, and there will be some sketches and you know, color application, like deciding what colors I'm going to use. But for the most part, it's kind of freestyle, and then I'll make something, and then it won't work out very well the first time, and then it's like the second time it works out great, and then the third time it went back a step. But it's always nice to go back to previous ideas and kind of build off of those. Yeah, I think being a teacher or an educator, it can be difficult at times because, you know, kids are mean, and it's hard to reach them. But it's these relationships that you build with these people over, you know, 6-7 years sometimes, and it just kind of grows. And they start off as your students, and then eventually they become your friends. And you know, a lot of them, you know, came in at 13, and now they're 22.
Yeah, let's do that. Make a big wide collar.
And you know, there's always ones that like give you hard times, but you know, there's always a few cases where they come back and thank you. You don't always get that, but like that definitely makes you want to do it more. You know, having an opportunity to come here and work with the all-star team, you know, Sarah, Gabe, and Ben, is definitely a huge step in my career.
I mean,
and coming up through as a young person coming in here at 15, and then now 15 years later being the person at the center bench as the artist has been kind of surreal.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at that.
yeah. Don't sweat it. It's lunchtime, folks.
Okay, so while the video was playing, we attached some pieces of cane to the outside of our piece. We rolled it up. We laid the pieces out in rows like this, and we rolled our piece over the top. And so now, as the piece is taking shape, you can see those pieces of cane that we've laid over the top, starting to match the other ones here on the stand. So Trenton's taking these tweezer-like tools called jacks, kind of establishing the shape of our fishing net here. You can also start to see the wraparound design that we did earlier, that kind of internal spiral kind of matches this one here, but you can see the netting type design that we put on there as it starts to take shape. So we're going to start to expand our piece now. Jack's going in and putting some air into our piece. Trenton's going in with the wet newspaper to help keep the surface of our piece smooth. Sayori's taking a torch to the tools, heating up the tools before use. Makes them easier to work with. When everything is all hot, everything works together a little bit better. All right, so we're going in with these tools and kind of pulling off the end there. Gonna snip off the excess that we don't want. Also, this makes the cane that we laid on earlier kind of meet uniformly in the middle. So the area that we're focusing on right now is going to be, let me try to point it out on the finished product. This end of our piece is what we're working on right now. I asked Trenton how these fishing traps would work if you were to try and use a real fishing trap. I guess they sit in the water upside down like this, and then the fish swim. They swim into the top part, and they can't swim out. So that's how it works. I was curious as to what the mechanisms were. So we're working on I guess, the bottom of our fishing trap. Oh, I stand corrected. I think we're working on the other side, actually. So Trenton's grabbing this tool called a Sophietta. It's this straw-like tool that has this cone shape on the end. We're going to put the inverted part of our fishing trap on it now, so that this is, I guess, the entrance of our fishing trap where the fish would swim into it. All right. So Sayori's gonna control the air on her hand. She's capping it with her finger while Trenton inverts our fishing trap. He's gonna put that big indentation in it. He can blow air into our piece here just to make sure that everything's flowing. All right, so now our fishing trap has an entrance for our fish. All right, we're going to go in and continue to shape our trap entrance. All right, now it's the shape that we like, so we're going to go ahead and continue working on the other side. Jack is putting on some protective clothing. We're getting ready to break this piece off of the pipe so that we can set it aside in our annealing oven. It'll cool down overnight to room temperature, and then tomorrow we'll be able to take it out and finish it off. So Trenton's focusing on the section closest to the bench. That's the area where our piece is going to be broken off. We've created an indentation, it's called a jack line, or a little indentation. We're focusing on the temperature of that spot. All right, so we're going to cinch down. Trenton's going to take some cold water and drip it onto that spot. The thermal shock is going to allow it just to crack off of the pipe. Sayori's taking the torch and just kind of flame polishing that spot so that it's not jagged. We're going to stick it in the annealing oven. And that is another fishing trap done. Can we get a round of applause to our artists here? All right. We're going to do one more before our lunch break here. We're going to do another piece similar to what we just did. So Trenton is gathering up some black cane. That's the cane that we're going to work with on our next fishing trap. Anybody have any questions? Right, yeah. So the question is, what is the purpose of the cone in the hot shop? Why are we in a big cone? It's partly architectural. It's it's part of our building design, and partly to house the hot shop here. So the base of the cone, the tilt is oriented in such a way, as far as I can recall, it's oriented in such a way to open up the bottom of the circle of our big cone as wide as possible so that we can fit the audience and the hot shop in here, and maybe something about airflow going up and out. But it's mainly architectural as an art piece in itself, yes. Yeah, yeah. All right, so we're starting off the next piece here. Okay. So we're gonna roll into our next little fishing trap that we are creating. So we've got some cane being laid out here. We're gonna work with some black cane. So it's gonna look a little bit like these two pieces here with the black stripes going down the sides. So Trenton's preparing a piece of glass over there that's gonna be wrapped around what Jack is working on. The question is, what is this gray box right here? So this machine right here is called the garage. It's a heated container, pretty much, where pieces of glass are parked. That's kind of how I like to think about it. It's the garage where you go to park pieces to use for a later time. So it keeps the pieces nice and hot so that they're all ready to be picked up and used in a piece. Yeah. So there's like pieces of color or attachments. Yeah, right. You wanna keep your head out of there for sure, but well, that's where we put little pieces when they're waiting their turn to be used. All right, so Jack's taking his piece over to the rollers. Hi folks, welcome in. For those that are just joining us, we've got Trenton Kiocho leading the demonstrations today. We've got Jack and Sayori helping out. We're going to be making a series of Filipino fishing traps. We've got some finished products on the stand here. And so Jack over here has some clear glass. Trenton over here is preparing a piece of colored glass that we're going to wrap around the clear. All right, so Trenton's gonna come over. Jack's gonna spin the piece that he's got so that we can wrap the colored around, give it a nice spiral design. All right, so now that piece has been wrapped up, we're gonna melt that down. Hi folks, welcome in. Right, so Trenton is getting on the step ladder and blowing into a mold that's been placed on the ground there. You could see that gave our piece some ridges. So the combo of the ridges that we put in with the spiral cane design is going to give our piece a nice netted effect. Just rolling out the piece, just kind of further combining the texture and the design. So over on the side here, we're going to start to prepare our pieces of cane. We've got them all lined up on the surface here. And we're going to roll Trenton's piece over the top of those pieces of cane. So the question is, after the piece is done, it goes into this little box. What happens? So this is an annealing oven. It is a heated box, but it's going to gradually cool down the piece. I think it starts at about 1,000 degrees and lowers over like 12 hours or so. It will not. No, as it gradually cools down, it does not lose its shape. And then I believe maybe tomorrow or so, depending on how the size of the piece and the thickness of the glass, it might take longer to cool down. But probably tomorrow we'll be able to touch all the pieces that we make today. Yeah. So the pigment of the colors is made by a series of chemicals. Oh, real quick, let's take a look. We're rolling on the pieces of cane. Yeah, so now we have attached our strings of cane onto the outside of our piece. So now it's going to start to match these other ones here with the black stripes. But yeah, the question is, where does the color come from? So the color is created by lots of science, chemicals and minerals and all that, metals and things combined make different kinds of color. You receive color. Let me see if I can find a piece of color. Here's an example. Well, no, not really.
Some of the color organically?
I believe so. Yeah, like coppers and things like that. I'm sure with the metals and whatever kind of combo, you could get some organically occurring color. But let me see if I can find a strip of it. Ah, here we go. So this is a good example of how glass color comes. So this is a bar of black glass. It comes in these like color bars that are chopped up and either turned into crushed up colored glass called frit. It could be really fine powder colored glass. It comes in different kinds of forms depending on what the project is. I'm sure there's some. I don't know which ones they are, but yeah, I'm sure there are. Yeah, like different minerals and metals and things like that. Lots of science combinations to get the color you want. I know, right? Yeah. It would be fun to learn which minerals make which color. I'm sure these folks know, but unfortunately I don't. Exactly, yeah. But yeah, it comes in those big bars. That's how we receive it. All right. So we are, now that we've rolled on the pieces of cane, we're going to start to form or to shape our fishing trap. So Jack's just putting some air into our piece. We're going to get it to the size we want. Trenton's kind of cinching down on the end. We're going to snip off the excess pieces that we don't want. And that's going to be the inverted entrance of our fishing trap. Hi, folks. Welcome in. We do not. The question is if we recycle the glass. We do not. All of the glass is used fresh. I'm sure the individual artists can do what they will with any leftover pieces, but we can't put this back in the furnace to use for a later time. So once it's got color in it, once it's been manipulated, it can't go back in. So all of our pieces start from the furnace. We have a couple furnaces on either side of where they're working right now that houses a big vat of clear glass. Can we get a furnace diagram picture? All right, so this is a picture of our furnace. This is where all of our pieces start out. We've got the big vat of clear glass inside where, they'll take the blowpipe and kind of dip the rod in, kind of like you're scooping honey out of a honey pot. And that's how all of our pieces start out. And about once a week, we fill up the furnaces with new clear glass so that we can make pieces throughout the week. Yes, the paddle. That is a wooden paddle. It is a common glass blowing tool. She's using it to help shield the heat from Trenton, also to help guide the shaping. It's just made out of wood. As you can see, it's seen a lot of action. Yeah. Yeah. Shielding the heat right now, yeah. All right, just focusing on the very end of our trap, getting ready to knock off that excess little piece that we're sectioning off right now. Just kind of cinching down with the shears. There we go. And so now we can just knock off the excess that we didn't want. And now we can start to focus on the inverted opening of our fishing trap. So these fishing traps have an opening. Traditionally, if this was a real fishing trap, it would sit upright. The fish would swim in through this entrance here, and they cannot figure out how to get out. So that's the trap. And so we're making the inverted part of that trap right now. All right, so Trenton's just using these tweezer-like tools called jacks to kind of work open our fishing trap. Trenton's gonna use this tool. It's like a straw-like tool that has a cone shape on the very end. It's called a sophietta. That's what's going to allow us to put that indentation into our fishing trap. And the tool is hollow, so Trenton can do that while blowing air into our piece so that we can keep the airflow proper. So Sayori's capping the end of the blowpipe with her finger so that no air can get out. Our trap is starting to really look like the other ones here. This trap is smaller than the other ones that we have on the pedestal. Later on, I think the plan is to orient these smaller fishing traps into a hanging display. So that's the plan for these little ones over here. It might be, yeah. The smell in here might be the gas from the torches, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know. All right, so this piece is just about done. So we can see Jack putting on some protective clothing. Trenton's going in and just finishing off the shape of our fishing trap here. All right, so here's an up-close look at our almost completed fishing trap. You can kind of feel the heat off of it. All right, so we're gonna cinch down on our little indentation closest to the bench. That's our jack line. That's area's gonna crack and allow our piece to break off of the pipe. So we're gonna knock against it. It's gonna crack off. We're gonna polish the bottom there with the torch. And then that piece is gonna go into our annealing oven where it's gonna sit overnight. And we'll be able to take it out tomorrow. All right, that is another piece done. Can we get a round of applause for our artists? Thanks for watching, y'all. I believe it is lunchtime, yeah, so we are gonna come back in about an hour and get going for the rest of the day. All right, welcome in, folks. We're gonna start our glass blowing presentation now, post lunchtime. So we've got Trenton Kyocho right here leading the demonstrations today. We've got Jack and Sayori assisting. We are gonna be making a series of pieces. So we've got some finished products here on the pedestal. These are traditional Filipino fishing traps. This is a series that Trenton does, and so we're going to be making these kinds of pieces today. Trenton has been an artist in our space for a long time. He's done a handful of different things. He's been an instructor for the Hilltop Artist Program, an instructor for our Hot Shop Heroes program, which is a art therapy program for veterans. He's also a part of Dale Chihuli's glass blowing team. He's been featured on the Netflix show Blown Away, so he's got quite the resume. We're happy to have him here today. In a few moments, we'll play a video that kind of further explains what it is he does. There we go, we can see. He was on TV. On the screen, we've got a slide of different pieces that Trenton has done to kind of get an idea of what his work looks like. So over on this side of the hot shop, we are going to be preparing some long pieces of glass, kind of like these little sticks of glass called cane. You can see Sayori is laying them out. These are pieces of glass that are going to go on or work into our design. You can see these pieces over here, these finished pieces, these black stripes are showing what that cane can do. And so right now we're just doing some prep work for our glass fishing traps. So the piece Trenton's working on right now is gonna be the base of our piece. It's got quite a few layers built up. You can see a base layer of glass that has been decorated with cane. So kind of like these sticks that Sayori's laying out over there, we've used some skinnier pieces to kind of create a netted pattern. You can see that pattern with these finished products here. We've then put a layer of clear glass over top of that. So we're building up the layers of our piece. Trenton's using a very thick piece of newspaper that's been soaked in water. It's a common glass blowing tool. It's soft enough to give the glass a smooth surface as we're shaping it. Sayori is just coming in, making sure the measurements line up with the expectation. Hi, folks. Welcome in. For those that are joining us, we've got Trenton Kiocho on the bench. He's leading the demonstrations today. Over there, we have Jack and Sayori. They're helping us out today. They're lining up these sticks of glass called cane. What Trenton's working on right now is going to get rolled over the top of those pieces, and that's going to get worked into our design. So Jack is just heating up those sticks of cane over there. We got to make sure that all the glass is the same temperature if we want it to fuse together properly. Alrighty, so now we're gonna roll our piece over top of those sticks of cane, and they're gonna fuse onto our piece. And now we can melt those down and work those into our design. So while they're getting that rolled out, could we get Trenton's Meet the Artist video so that we can learn more about him and his work?
My name is Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington. This week, I'm exploring Filipino textile and traditional fish traps and motifs, and kind of reimagining traditional forms and sculptures into a new body of work made out of glass, kind of honoring my Filipino heritage. So I think the fish traps, just in general, just the shapes are they're really interesting. And then you throw in the texture and the patterns of the elements of it woven together. It's like individually they look good. If you just separate them together, it looks even better. But I'm learning a lot in the residency because part of me is like, maybe I should just focus on the form. Part of me is like, focus on the pattern. So it's like, it's a lot of new ideas that I've never worked on.
Got another small chunk, and then
Body's all gonna be one piece.
yeah, but the legs I want brung as bits.
So there'd be a body and legs on the body.
Yeah.
Kind of column.
Well, I'm thinking we just turn that. I kind of want to do like the sitting form. So I don't know, like basically like take that, kind of pull it into like a flattened piece. I don't know, like a Z almost, you know what I mean? And then the head goes on here, you know, for it. I think it's hot enough still. All over, hit it.
I take a weird approach sometimes, and like I just make what I want to make. It kind of comes off the fly, and there will be some sketches and you know, color application, like deciding what colors I'm going to use. But for the most part, it's kind of freestyle, and then I'll make something, and then it won't work out very well the first time, and then it's like the second time it works out great, and then the third time it went back a step. But it's always nice to go back to previous ideas and kind of build off of those. Yeah, I think being a teacher or an educator, it can be difficult at times because, you know, kids are mean, and it's hard to reach them. But it's these relationships that you build with these people over, you know, 6-7 years sometimes, and it just kind of grows. And they start off as your students, and then eventually they become your friends. And you know, a lot of them, you know, came in at 13, and now they're 22.
Yeah, let's do that. Make a big wide collar.
And you know, there's always ones that like give you hard times, but you know, there's always a few cases where they come back and thank you. You don't always get that, but like that definitely makes you want to do it more. You know, having an opportunity to come here and work with the all-star team, you know, Sarah, Gabe, and Ben, it's definitely a huge step in my career.
I mean,
and coming up through as a young person coming in here at 15, and then now 15 years later being the person at the center bench as the artist has been kind of surreal.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause.
yeah.
All right. So our fishing trap is starting to take shape here. Trenton's using these kind of tweezer-like tools called jacks to cinch down on the base of the blowpipe. That section's gonna be where our piece breaks off later when it's all done. So we're just focusing on that. All right, we're gonna start to give our fishing trap an opening here. So Trenton's just gonna start to pull out the end of our piece here. Sayori's coming in with this wooden paddle to help guide the shaping and also shield the heat. Jack's coming in with some air to help expand our piece. All right, continuing to shape the piece with the newspaper. It's always surprising when they use the newspaper, but it's soaked in water and very thick. All right, continuing to pull out the end of our piece, and we're gonna start tweezing off the excess that we don't want. This is gonna allow the cane that we've laid onto it to meet very uniformly in the middle of our piece. Going in with a torch so that we can focus on that opening there. So right now we're working on the entrance of our fishing trap. So if this was a real fishing trap, it would be kind of placed upright underwater. Fish would swim into this inverted part right here, and they cannot figure out how to get out. So that's how the trap works. And so right now we're making this inverted entrance part of our fishing trap. So Trenton's grabbing this tool called a sophietta. It's like this metal straw that has this cone shape at the end. This is going to help to push inwards into our piece so that it can get that inverted shape. So Trenton's going to come in and push into our piece. That tool is hollow, so Trenton can blow air into it so that we can keep the airflow proper. All right, now our fishing trap has an entrance for our fish. So now that we've established a shape, we're just going to continue to work it open to get it to look like what we want it to, so it matches the rest. These smaller fishing traps, this one's smaller than these ones, but these smaller fishing traps are going to be part of an experimental series that Trenton wants to do, where these traps are going to be wrapped in wire and suspended. So they're going to be like hanging pieces, kind of like in a chandelier. So it'll be exciting to see what that looks like. So this piece is just about done. Jack is putting on some protective clothing. We're going to get ready to break this piece off of the pipe. After we break it off, it's going to go into an annealing oven. We've got one right over here, close to the audience. Oh, we're going to get a close look at the piece here. Give you a So once we break the piece off, it's going to go into the annealing oven, where it's going to cool down overnight, gradually to room temperature, and then tomorrow we'll be able to touch it and take it out and finish it off. Oh, we're going to put it into the annealing oven at the very end of the hot shop floor here. All right. So we're going to clamp down on the little indentation. Oh, we're also going to drip some cold water onto it. So that temperature change is going to allow the glass to just crack in that specific spot. We're going to take the torch and polish the bottom of it so that it's not jagged. And then we're going to go put it into the annealing oven, where it's going to sit overnight. And that is a fishing trap done. Can we give a round of applause to our artists? So we're going to take a few minutes and start the next one. Does anybody have any questions? All right, so the question was, what sort of eye protection are we supposed to be using right in front of the furnaces and the reheating chambers? Just plain old eye protection like this is fine, but it does help to have a kind of tint, you know, especially when you're right in front of it. Trenton has a pair of Didinium safety glasses, and so those are pretty nice, luxurious when you have a little bit of a tint, but it's not necessary for this kind of stuff. With other glass making techniques like flame working, when you're right in front of a teeny tiny torch and you have that light right in front of your eyes, then it's probably more necessary to wear something with a tint so that you're protecting your eyes. But for this kind of stuff, this is fine. Yeah. What's up? Yes. Do we have any graphics that describe the makeup of glass? So our glass is made out of soda ash, lime, and silica sand. There we go. So there's a little graphic that'll let you know what our glass is made out of. Soda ash, yeah. Thank you. The question is, the glass pieces that have been trimmed off and discarded on the ground, are those reusable? Individual artists probably could do with those whatever they want, but they're not going to get put back into the furnace or remelted down to use later on. So once there's color in it, once they've been manipulated, they're kind of done. But I'm sure if Trenton wanted to do something with the scraps, then you could figure something out. You know? Yeah. But looks like Sayori is organizing one of our other annealing ovens. We might utilize that later for the other pieces we're making. Welcome in to those that are just joining us. We've got Trenton Kyocho leading the demonstrations today. We've got Jack and Sayori assisting. Trenton has been an artist in our space for a long time. He was an instructor for the Hilltop Artist Program. He was an instructor for our Hot Shop Heroes program, which is an art therapy program for veterans. He is on Chihuli's glass blowing team. He was featured on the Netflix show Blown Away. So he's got quite the resume. We're happy that he is here today. Can we get a video that kind of explains more about Trenton and his work?
My name is Trenton Kyocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington. This week, I'm exploring Filipino textile and traditional fish traps and motifs, and kind of reimagining traditional forms and sculptures into a new body of work made out of glass. Kind of honoring my Filipino heritage. So I think the fish traps, just in general, just the shapes are they're really interesting. And then you throw in the texture and the patterns of the elements of it woven together. It's like individually they look good. If you just separate them together, it looks even better. But I'm learning a lot in the residency because part of me is like, maybe I should just focus on the form. Part of me is like, focus on the pattern. So it's like, it's a lot of new ideas that I've never worked on.
Got another small chunk, and then
Body's all gonna be one piece.
yeah, but the legs I want brung as bits.
So there'd be a body and legs on the body.
Yeah.
Kind of column.
Well, I'm thinking we just turn that. I kind of want to do like the sitting form. So I don't know, like basically like take that, kind of pull it into like a flattened piece. I don't know, like a Z almost, you know what I mean? And then the head goes on here, you know? for it. Think it's hot enough still. All over, hit it.
I take a weird approach sometimes, and like I just make what I want to make. It kind of comes off the fly, and there will be some sketches and you know, color application, like deciding what colors I'm going to use. But for the most part, it's kind of freestyle, and then I'll make something, and then it won't work out very well the first time, and then it's like the second time it works out great, and then the third time it went back a step. But it's always nice to go back to previous ideas and kind of build off of those. Yeah, I think being a teacher or an educator, it can be difficult at times because, you know, kids are mean and it's hard to reach them. But it's these relationships that you build with these people over, you know, 6-7 years sometimes, and it just kind of grows. And they start off as your students, and then eventually they become your friends. And you know, a lot of them, you know, came in at 13 and now they're 22.
Yeah, let's do that. Make a big, wide collar.
And you know, there's always ones that like give you hard times, but you know, there's always a few cases where they come back and thank you. You don't always get that, but like that definitely makes you want to do it more. You know, having an opportunity to come here and work with the all-star team, you know, Sarah, Gabe, and Ben, it's definitely a huge step in my career.
I mean,
and coming up through as a young person coming in here at 15, and then now 15 years later being the person at the center bench as the artist has been kind of sweet.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause.
yeah. Don't sweat it. It's lunchtime, folks.
All right. So we are going to go in and start up our second fishing trap. Over on the side here, you can see on this metal tray that we have some sticks of glass laid out. Those little sticks are called cane. Those are going to be used in the greater design of our piece. These pieces on the pedestal, these ones with the black stripes, are a really good example of what cane can do. So we're going to be making these traditional Filipino fishing traps. So we've built up a couple layers on the piece that Trenton's working on. We have a base layer of color. We've added clear over the top of that. We're going to build it into a shape that's going to be easy to roll over the top of our cane pieces that we have over here. It's important to remember to keep reheating the piece every few moments or so. Got to maintain the working temperature. If it gets too cold, things could break. All right, we're just about ready to roll on our cane here. So Jack is just heating up that cane so that it is the same temperature as the glass that we're working with over here so that things can fuse together properly. All right. So you look on the screen, we can see we got our cane laid out. Trenton's going to come and roll our piece over the top, and it's going to pick up those pieces of cane. And now we're going to melt those down and work those into our design. Trenton's coming in with these tweezer-like tools called jacks to help kind of guide those pieces of cane. All right, now that we've got all the layers built up, we're going to start shaping it into our fishing trap. Trenton's going in with a piece of folded up newspaper. It's really thick and soaked in water. It's a common glass blowing tool. It's soft enough to give the glass a nice smooth surface. So Jack is going in with some air. We're going to start expanding our piece. So Trenton's using the jacks to shape the piece. Sayori is going in with a wooden paddle to help guide Trenton and also to shield the heat. we're gonna start to pick out the end of our piece there and snip off the very end. This is gonna ensure that the cane that we've laid on earlier meets uniformly in the middle of our piece. All right, so Trenton's coming in with the shears and just gonna snip off the end. Start to section that very end of our piece off. Putting some more air into our piece as we kind of finalize the shape. All right, so we're gonna go and continue to work that end out so that I can get it ready to just snip it right off. Boom, there we go. So now we've gotten that knocked off. So now our fishing trap has a little opening that we're gonna work with in a second. So if these fishing traps were real fishing traps, they'd be stationed underwater upright like this. This kind of indented, inverted part of the fishing trap is the entrance where the fish would swim in, and they cannot figure out how to get out. So this is how the fishing trap works. So we're using the jack tools to work open the hole we've created. We're gonna use this cone-shaped tool called a sophietta. It's kind of like a straw that has a funnel shape on the end. This is the tool we're gonna use to make that inverted part, the inverted entrance of our fishing trap. All right, so Trent's gonna come in, press that into our piece, gonna create that inverted shape. Sayuri's Adding some air, making sure the airflow is proper throughout the piece. All right, so now we can see Trenton's demonstrating that tool. It's like a straw, so we can make sure that the airflow is going throughout the piece. All right, so now we're going to be focusing on one section of the pipe, getting it ready to break it off in a second. Just going to do some finishing touches, make sure the shape is how we want it to be. So Jack's over on the side, he's putting on some protective clothing. When we break this piece off of the pipe, it's gonna sit in a annealing oven overnight for about 12 hours. It's gonna start at about 1,000 degrees and gradually go down to 75, I wanna say, or room temperature. And so we'll be able to touch it and take it out of the oven tomorrow. All right, so we're just focusing on that spot at the end of our pipe. Gonna clamp down on that segment. Trenton's gonna drip some cold water onto that spot. The thermal shock is gonna allow the glass to crack in that specific spot and just break off of the pipe. Gonna hit the bottom real quick so it's not all jagged. And then there it goes into the annealing oven. We'll see it tomorrow. And that is another piece done. Can we give a round of applause to our artists? Yeah, so that's a good question. So the question was, this spot on the back of the bench where they kind of rub the tools onto it, that's wax. It's a lubricant so it doesn't screech and scratch and scrape against the glass when we're using it, you know? So that's a big stick of wax right there. All right, welcome in if you're just joining us, or also you're welcome to stay if you have caught the last demo. We're gonna get rolling into our next piece. We've done a couple small fishing traps. We've got a collection of them over on the pedestal over here. These are traditional Filipino fishing traps. We've made a handful of small ones that are gonna go into a hanging display later on, but we're gonna get started on one of these bigger ones in just a second. All right, so we are just doing some prep work for our next piece. So Sayuri has a piece of colored glass on the end of her rod. We're going to combine that colored piece of glass with the clear piece that Trenton has just picked up. They're just rolling out the pieces of glass into a nice, like, beveled shape so that they can align. So Trenton just added some air to his piece and capped the end. You can see an air bubble has now formed. All right, so we're getting ready to combine the two pieces. So Sayuri is going to come and overlay her colored piece on top of the clear bubble that we've started. All right, so we're going to fuse the two ends together. Trenton's going to snip off some of the colored glass and kind of press it over the top of the clear, and we're going to roll that out and combine those two. Can we get the color overlay video? We've got a video that lays that all out.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
All right, so that kind of laid out what just happened with the color combination we just did. All right, so we've rolled the color layer on top of the clear layer. So now it's been fully encapsulated in the color. This is going to be the base of our piece here. All right, so we're going to gather some clear over top of the color. Gonna drip off the excess. Hey guys. We've got some other example pieces of Trenton's work right here. So this pineapple air plant holder and this pineapple cup are series that he does. These buffaloes are also a series that he does. Trenton's going in with this wooden tool called a block that's been soaking in water. Over on this end of the hot shop, on this tray, we have some pieces of cane laid out. These are going to be used in the greater design of our piece. Cane is like these thin, skinny sticks of glass that can be utilized in glass design. These pieces here, these finished product pieces right here with the black stripes, really demonstrate what that cane's going to look like later on. All right, just putting some air into our piece, starting to get it to the size that we want. Sayeri's coming in with the measurement, making sure that it meets the expectation. All right, so we're gonna go in and add a layer of clear, another clear gather over top of what we've been working on. Just building up the layers before we roll on our cane. Over on the side here, Jack is preparing to heat up our cane pieces so that they are hot enough to fuse to our main piece here. Hi, folks, welcome in. We're making a Filipino fishing trap. We've got some finished products over on the pedestal. We've got Trenton Kiocho as our artist today. He incorporates a lot of his Filipino heritage into his artwork. All right, so we are gonna roll our piece on top of these pieces of cane that we've laid out earlier. So they're gonna fuse to our main piece, and now we're gonna melt those down and work those into our design. Trenton's going in with these tweezer-like tools called jacks to help press down these sticks of cane. So we got to repeatedly reheat the piece so that we maintain the working temperature. If things get too cold, then things break. All right, so we're rolling those pieces of cane into our piece, just kind of, it's starting to take the shape of our other finished pieces over here. Hi, folks, welcome in. So Jack's going in with some air. We're gonna start expanding our piece, getting it to the size that we want. Trenton's going in with some of the newspaper and the wooden paddle. Sayuri's helping to guide and shield the heat. All right, we're using the jacks to kind of cinch down on our piece, kind of establishing the segments. All right, our trap is really starting to take shape now. We're going to start to focus on one end of our trap very soon. So for those that have just joined us recently, we are making these glass fishing traps. These are a traditional Filipino style. All right, we're focusing on one end of our piece now. This is going to be the opening or entrance of our fishing trap. Hi folks, welcome in. these fishing traps, if these were real fishing traps over here, they would be placed underwater and flipped upright. So this is the bottom, this is the top. You can see there's an indentation right here, kind of an inversion. That's the opening or the entrance of the fishing trap. So the fish swim into that hole there and they cannot figure out how to get out. So that's how it works. It's a nice, simple fishing trap. I want to say traditional fishing traps, non-glass ones, are probably like woven, and so I think they can be opened up. Yeah, yeah. But that would be interesting to see what that looks like. Yeah. Hi, folks that are just joining us. We're making these glass fishing traps that are traditional Filipino design. We're going to start to pick out the end of our piece here and start focusing on the opening. All right, so focusing on the end of the trap there, Trenton's using the tools to pick that area out. We're gonna pull that area outwards and snip it so that our cane meets neatly in the middle of our piece so it looks nice and uniform, and so that we can start to form the opening of our fishing trap. We're going to use the shears to pull that out, using the jacks to kind of segment that end off. Hi, folks. Welcome in. Hi. Welcome in. All right. Getting ready to snip that end off of our piece. Hi, folks. All right. Gonna cinch down on that segment right there. Getting it as skinny as possible. We're gonna clamp down on it with the shears and just crack it off. So now our cane meets nice and neatly in the middle of our big circular piece that we've made. All right. So when we broke that off, it created a small opening. We're going to work that opening and make it bigger. This is going to be the entrance of our fishing trap. So for those that are just joining us, we've got Trenton Kyocho running the demonstration today. We've got Jack and Sayori helping out. We're making a series of glass fishing traps that are traditional Filipino design. So we've got some finished products over on the stand over here. So the mechanism of the fishing trap, so these, if they weren't made out of glass and if they were underwater, they would be kind of placed upright. So this is the bottom, this is the top. It kind of has this inverted bowl-like shape. The fish swim into the opening here and they cannot figure out how to get out. And so it's a pretty simple and effective fishing trap. So Trenton's picking up this tool called a Sophietta. It is kind of like a metal straw with a funnel shape on the end. This is going to create that inverted indentation for the entrance of our fishing trap. I think they are made out of woven, a woven fiber of some kind. Yeah, that's the traditional one. So not glass, but yeah, a woven material so they can open it up and get the fish out. So yeah, Trent is going in with the tool and creating that indentation. All right, so now our piece is starting to match the other ones on the stand, starting to take shape here. So continuing to work open our trap. Gonna go back in with the tool. Trenton's demonstrating how it's hollow so that you can actually blow into it to keep the airflow of the piece proper. So Trenton's gonna come in with some chalk and mark one side of the blowpipe. This is gonna establish where the bottom of our piece is gonna be, so it can sit and be on display. We're gonna create a little flattened edge so that it can sit safely on that foot. So he's just picking out what side's gonna be the very top or the bottom, and we're gonna mark the pipe with some chalk so that we know which side is which. Just taking the torch to the piece, making sure there's no imperfections or nothing, making sure it looks how we want it to. So since we've marked the pipe with the chalk, we know what side is which, and so now we're going to flatten one side of the piece so that our piece can be displayed. So this piece is nearing the end. Jack's putting on some protective clothing. This piece is going to get broken off of the pipe and put into an annealing oven where it's going to sit overnight, and then tomorrow we'll be able to touch it. It'll be gradually lowered in temperature overnight. So Trenton's going to give y'all a close look at the piece. If you're in the front row, you can probably feel the heat coming off of that. All right, so we're focusing on that section right there with the torch. That's going to be where our piece breaks. All right, so we're going to go in and clamp down with the shears and drip some cold water onto that little segment we were focusing on. So the cold water is going to allow the piece to crack right in that specific spot and break off of the pipe. There we go. We're going to take the torch to the bottom. And then it'll be put into the annealing oven where it's going to be gradually cooled down. You can maybe see the other ones that we made earlier in there. And that is a piece done. Can we give a round of applause to our artists here? All right. Does anybody have any questions? What's up? Yes, so the question is, do artists always work in a team? And if so, is it the same team? A lot of things require a team. Most of the pieces you see were made by at least 2 people, 3 people, you know. So you can see why that is with all of the moving parts. Definitely a team effort. There are certain things that you can do by yourself. I've seen artists make small pieces by using a blow tube or a blow hose where they kind of attach like a rubber tube to the end of the blow pipe so that they can do 2 things at once. They don't have to have somebody sitting on the end blowing into it. They can do that themselves as they're sitting on the bench working on it. So you can get crafty. There's tools that can help you do things by yourself, but most of the time it's a team effort. Yeah. And then there are people that utilize the same team over and over again. There's a specific team like Chihuly, a bunch of professional artists. They probably have the designated team that they stick with. But for other things, as long as they're professional, you can get help from anybody. Yeah. What's our question over here? burnt hair. That is probably a thing that happens a lot. Maybe not like, yeah, it definitely helps to keep long hair tied up or tied back like they have. But even with the pros, things happen, you know. Arm hair, I think, is the biggest casualty. Yeah. Do we have any visuals that give Trenton's social media information? If we do, can we show that? If not, no problem. We've got some slides going, thank you, of some of Trenton's other work. Kind of see the kind of stuff he likes to do. There's an example of the traps, a little different than the ones we've made, but the same design. Hi, welcome in. Hi. All right, so we are getting going on our next fishing trap. Trenton has started a clear bubble. We're gonna add some color on top of that in a second here. So Jack over on this side of the hot shop is preparing pieces of cane. Cane is these long, thin sticks of glass that have been stretched out, kind of like hard candy or taffy, and these sticks are used in the larger glass design. So these pieces over here with the black stripes coming down is a good example. This really clearly shows what the cane's going to be used for. So Jack is preparing those pieces. Getting them hot so they can fuse to what Trenton is working on. Trenton's just gone in and added a layer of clear over top of what we were working on. So I think we're going clear and then cane. All right, Sayori's coming in with the measurements, making sure it's what it's supposed to be. All right, we can see the tray that Jack's working on is very hot right now. Getting the pieces of cane prepared to get fused to Trenton's piece. All right, so we're gonna go over and roll Trenton's piece on top of the pieces of cane so that they can fuse over the top. So these pieces of cane are much closer together than the ones that we've been working before. So we're rolling with a slightly different cane design, but still the same fishing trap. All right, so we've melted that down. We're rolling those pieces onto the main piece. Hi folks, welcome in. We've got Trenton Kyocho leading the demonstrations today. We've got Sayori and Jack assisting. We've just put some pieces of cane over the top of our piece. We're making these traditional Filipino fishing traps. We got some finished products on the stand here. So traditionally, these pieces, or I guess these traps, would be kind of like a woven basket, and fish would swim into the top here and get trapped. So we're making those out of glass today. We're going to be putting our piece into a mold. Jack is getting that in place. This is going to further the design of our fishing trap. So now that we put the cane on and kind of twisted it on, you can kind of see the design taking shape. It's giving like a spiral shape. All right. So the twisty design of our cane is really starting to show. Gonna get a nice even twist. We're gonna cinch down on the end of our piece there. We're gonna snip off that end. Now our cane spiral design meets very neatly at the end of our piece. Was that? Oh, the snacks. Oh, I didn't know that. That's so sweet. Thank you. That's so cute. Oh, of course, my pleasure. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. All right. So Sayori's going in with this wooden paddle to help guide Trenton's shaping and shield the heat. Jack went in with some air. We're gonna start to get our piece into a cylindrical shape so it can fit inside of our mold. Trenton's going in with a very thick piece of folded newspaper that's been soaked in water. It's a common glass blowing tool. It's soft enough to shape the glass and keep the surface very smooth. looks like we're going in and chopping off another piece of excess that we don't want. Getting the lines of cane in an orientation that we are happy with. Chopping off anything that doesn't look good. All right, so Trenton is up on the step ladder, lowering our piece into the mold. He's can't really see it because his back's turned to us, but he's blowing into the pipe, expanding the piece inside the mold so that we can get those ridges. So now our piece has some texture that we're going to incorporate into our design. Hi, folks, welcome in. We've got Trenton Kyocho leading the demonstrations today. We have Jack and Sayori helping out. We're making fishing traps that are a traditional Filipino design. All right, we can start to see a new spiral effect start to take shape with the mold that we just used and the twisting of the piece. So we're going to work with that. Yeah. So yeah, we've spiraled one way with one thing, another way with another thing. So now we're going to match those layers up. So on the close-up, you can start to see with the 2 layers of patterning that we've built up, you can start to see that it's created this netting type effect. That's perfect for our glass fishing trap. Continuing to snip off any excess points that we don't want. We're going to start to expand our piece and have it take the shape of the fishing trap. All right, so Trenton's going back in with the newspaper. Sayuri is using the paddle to shield. Jack's putting some air into our piece. All right, so Trenton's going in with these tweezer-like tools called jacks, kind of establishing the different segments of our piece. Continuing to pull the piece out and snip off what we don't want. So this cup type piece that we are working on right now, this is going to be the base of a larger piece that we are going to be working on. This is going to give it a base layer of this netted looking like cane that we've created with the mold and the layers of stripy, spirally cane that we've designed. So Jack has gathered some clear over here. Getting ready for the next stage of our piece. Trenton's gonna show you a nice up close look at the netted design that we are incorporating into our fishing trap. All right, so Jack's gonna come over and fuse the two pieces together. Gonna make sure they line up and carefully fuse them. We're gonna focus in on the skinny segment closest to Trenton. That is where his piece is gonna break off. All right, so we're gonna drip some cold water onto that section. It's gonna allow it to crack right off. And now we can continue working on the other side of our piece. So before we move on to turning this base into a fishing trap, we're gonna chop some off and make some into a little cup. So Sayori's coming over with a punty rod, or I guess blowpipe, and gathering some clear on the end of her. We're gonna prepare to transfer this piece again and use some of the glass to make a little cup. Hi folks, welcome in. All right. So as you can see, we've created a new segment on our piece. We're gonna be turning this into a little cup. So Sayori is coming over with her rod and is gonna fuse it to the little cup that we've created. So we're gonna line it up and carefully fuse those two together. And then we're going to chop off that little segment. Oh. There we go. All right, so Sayori is going to take that and do something else with it. Make a little cup out of it. But now we're going to move on and continue working on our fishing trap. Gonna make a little cup. Cute. Oh, I love that. Got the bubbles and the. Yeah. I love that. That's cool. Kind of like a lightning bolt. Yeah. So we're gonna lay out some sticks of cane. So cane are these long sticks of glass. So this is glass that has been stretched out into a noodle essentially and chopped up into sticks. And so these finished pieces over here with the black stripe are a good example, or a very clear example of what we're gonna use the cane for. So these long pieces were sticks that were fused to the outside. The smaller stripy design that you see underneath that, that's also made out of cane. Just extremely thin pieces. So there's lots of different stuff that you could do with cane for glass designs. Yeah. So the question is, once we stretch out the cane, once we're making these cane pieces fresh, do they have to go into the annealing oven to cool down? The answer is no. Most of the time, within just a few minutes, you're able to touch the glass and chop it up into these smaller pieces. So we had some of these ladders still out. We had these ladders laid out across the entire floor, and that's what the pieces of cane were resting on as they were cooled. And within just a few minutes, we were able to chop them up and get them ready for use. So, yeah. All right, so we're gonna add a layer of clear over top of what we're working on, and then get ready to attach our pieces of cane. So over here, Jack's laying out the pieces of cane. All right, so Trenton's going in and gathering a layer of clear. Trenton's going in with this wooden tool called a block that's been soaking in water. Sayori's coming in with the measurements so that we know how long the cane is and so that we can prepare the piece to get those pieces stuck onto it. So as the piece is getting bigger, you can start to see the twisty net-like design that we put in there earlier with the different layers of cane and the texture we put on there with the mold. It all combined to make that print on the inside. Okay, so Jack's gonna heat up those sticks of cane that we've laid out so that they are hot enough to be fused to our main piece that we're working on. Hi folks, welcome. We're getting ready to roll on some cane to our piece here. We're making another fishing trap. All right, so now that the cane is heated up and ready to get fused onto our piece, we're gonna just come and roll the piece over the top. All right. So now we've got sticks of cane evenly distributed over our piece, and we're gonna work that into our design. Gonna continue to press that cane down onto our piece. All right. We're gonna move on to the shaping stage so that our fishing trap can look a little bit more like a trap. So we're just continuing to put some air into our piece to getting it to the size that we want. Now it's starting to get nice and rounded like the other ones. All right. So we've established the different segments of our piece here. So the area that we're focusing on right now is going to be where our piece gets broken off later. All right, we're nearing the final stages of shaping before we start putting in some entryways in our fishing trap. So the mechanisms of this fishing trap, if these were real fishing traps that were not made out of glass, they would be oriented in the water upright. So imagine this is the bottom, this is the top. This inverted section right here is where the fish swim inwards. They get stuck inside the big trap and they can't figure out how to swim out. So it's a very simple and effective fishing trap. So we're going to move on to giving it a couple openings. All right, so we are focusing on the end of our piece there. So we're going to go in with the little tweezer-like tools and start to pick out that end of the piece there. That's going to be our opening or the entrance of our fishing trap. So we've picked that out. We're going to start to pull it outwards, and we'll snip that little section off so that we can create an opening of our trap. Okay, so we're going to continue to work on that end there, kind of sectioning that off. Kind of creating a little knob that we're just going to chop right off. Okay, so gonna keep working on that end of our piece, getting it ready to chop off that little piece. As the piece gets bigger, you can start to see the different layers of designs that we put in. You can see the twisty, kind of net-like design that we have in there. All right, so putting some more air into our piece, getting it to the size that we want. We're gonna go ahead and tweeze off that end there. Boom. So now we have a tiny little opening for our fishing trap. We're gonna work that into a larger opening. So Sayuri's preparing this tool called a Sophietta. It's like this metal straw that has a funnel shape on the end of it. That tool is going to help us create the inverted entrance of our fish traps. All right. So we're going to create our indentation now. So Trenton's going to come in with the Sophietta tool and press. All right, so now our fishing trap has a Nice inverted entrance for our fish. Trenton's going to go in with the jacks and just get the opening to the form that we want it to be. So now he's demonstrating how you can blow through that tool there to kind of keep the airflow through the piece proper. So we're just hitting the piece with our torch, making sure there's no areas that we don't like. We're also establishing where the bottom of our piece is going to be. So we're going to flatten one side of our piece so that it can sit like the other ones over here. It'll have a flat edge to balance on. So we've marked the rod earlier so we know which side is which. And now we are setting it gently on the flat surface to flatten the bottom. So now our piece can be displayed. All right, so our piece is almost done. Jack is over there putting on some protective clothing so that he can grab onto the piece once we break it off of the pipe. So once we break this piece off, it's going to sit in a annealing oven for about, not quite sure how long, but it'll sit overnight. Yeah. It'll gradually lower the temperature to room temperature so that we can touch it. So we're about to knock our piece off. So we are clamping down on that skinny little segment. That's where our piece is going to break. So we're going to go in with some cold water and drip it onto that little section. And the temperature shock is going to allow it to just crack right in that specific part. And so we're going to knock it off. torch the bottom. You can see why he's wearing the protective clothes. All right. And so we're going to go stick it in the annealing oven. And boom, there is our last piece of the night done. Can we get a round of applause for our artists? Sweet. Thanks for coming, everybody. If anyone has any questions, feel free to come down or holler. But thanks for coming.